Hello, welcome to this Bubble tutorial. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're fine. Bubble is such an interesting tool. It's a tool that allows you to build a complete full stack application, right? And there are tons of reasons why you should use Bubble, because Bubble comes with everything that you need, right? Everything to build a full stack application, SaaS, games, anything you would like to build, and the integration is awesome. That's why we're going to be going through this Bubble tutorial. It's a lot, so we're going to be creating this, right? With this project, I'll be able to show you end-to-end bubble fundamentals, end-to-end bubble fundamentals, and we'll create such a complex project like this. Definitely watch, leave your thoughts in the comment section. Let me know what you think, let me know what you learn, and let me know ways that we can improve this course, right? And also, if you're looking forward to building your bubble application, you can always reach out to me via the link below. I will definitely have a call with you to see if we are mutually good together, if we can work together, and if we can, definitely, by all means, work on your project and bring your dreams to life, right? Thank you. Let's get started with the tutorial.
Okay guys, before building the app, the first thing you want to do is to go to the styles tab. Okay, why are we doing this? So we can remain consistent throughout our application. So head to the styles tab and let's build the styles in terms of color, fonts, and every other variables for this app. So here, just click on this drop down. We're going to be using Molish. And here we have default colors given to us by Bubble right out of the box, but we won't be using these ones. Okay, be creating our own from the scratch, and I'll be taking you through that right now. Okay, so the first one is neutral. Neutral. Background. Okay, neutral. Okay. So the first one will be neutral. Text. We'll just make that not pure black, but something like this. Okay. Second one, neutral. For light text. And then this will just be a lighter version of the first one. Okay, another neutral. For lines and borders. Choose a lighter shade. Okay, I think this is fine. And then neutral for backgrounds. And for that, I like to use F9, F9, F9. Okay, it just works well for backgrounds. Okay, so for the primary color, we have, back to our reference. Now the main primary color here is this orange. Okay, so we don't have a secondary color. We only have a primary color. So let's head back to bubble. Okay, so there would be four sections of the primary color too. So we would have the background, um, the so we would have the background, the solid states, the hover state, and the pressed state. Okay, so primary, background. You guys will be filling this in a while. I'd like to create the variables first. So primary, solid, primary, over. Okay, you can choose to be more descriptive here, but I don't just want to do that for this app. Okay, so I just prefer putting everything here and move on. Okay, and the last one would be primary, pressed. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is to sample the color, the primary color here. Okay, so I have EB7623. Let's copy that. Then go to this website, uicolors.app. Okay, it's a good resource for UI colors. Okay, to get the right proportion for those four states. I'll just paste it here. Okay, and for background, I'll be using 100 for background. Okay, now this is the color here, this is the solid color here. Okay, but for background I'll be using 100. For the solid I'll be using, of course, the color itself. For hover I'll be using 600, and for the pressed state I'll be using 700. Okay, so 100, 500, 600, 700. Okay, so I'll just copy the hex, just click on it to copy the hex code. Okay, so for background, okay, so let's paste it there. For the primary, the solid, we have the hex code already. on our clipboard, so I'll just copy that from there. Okay, for the hover states, we're using 600. Okay, copy that. Just paste it there. And the last one, which is the pressed states, I'll be using 700. Okay guys, so we have the primary color. We still have more color variables to set. So we'll be setting four more color variables, guys, which is the success, the warning, and we also have. Okay guys, so in addition to the primary color, we'll be setting three more color states, which is the warning, the success, and the danger states. Let's start with the success state. Okay, so back to UI colors.app, just be choosing a green that looks uh, fairly good, right? For the success. Okay, I think something like this is fine. Okay, not too dark, not too bright. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with this. Okay, so just like we did for the primary, right? We're going to be setting 100 as the background, 500 as the solid color, 600 as the hovered state, and 700 as the pressed state. Okay, so I'm just going to do that now. Okay, so guys, I've set my success states. I have the background, I have the solid state, the hovered state, and the pressed state. Now for warning, the color that is usually used, okay, conventionally is orange, but at the same time we don't want to use orange color that is so close to the primary color. Okay, so we just want to carefully choose that here. Okay, so I just go with a different shade of orange. Okay, I think something like this works well. Something like this works. Okay, so same thing, 100 for background, 500 for solid. We could do, okay, 600 for pressed, and 600 for hover rather, and 700 for pressed. So let's just do that. Okay, and lastly, the danger states. The danger states will be used for something like actions like deletion or really serious actions that could not be reversed in your apps. So back to this, and we'll choose a solid red color, not too deep. Something like this is fine. I think something deeper than this. Okay, okay. So This will be the solid. Okay, so guys, this is not a hard and fast rule to make 500 the solid color. Okay, the solid color would be the one that has this locked icon here. Okay, solid color is the main color. So if you look at this hex value here, CD1818, you see we have it here to CD1818. So if this will be the primary, okay, you might want to use something like 200 for background. Okay, this for the solid, okay, this for the hover state, and this for the pressed state. Okay, so you want to make little changes like that at times. Okay, so let's move on with that too. Okay, so after setting the color variables, right, properly like this, then we go to this tab, this element styles. Okay, and the first thing I would like to do is to set my text. Okay, text, and this is body, and it's fine. Okay, this is by default, but it's actually fine. It will be 14. I would like to make it medium, 500, and this is where my color variables, will start coming in. Okay, so I want to use this one since I set it for text. Okay, so this will be my text color. The line spacing is good, 1.4. Okay, and that's fine. Okay, I want to add another one, and I'll just call this one header. Okay, and for SEO purposes, okay, and since it's my header, right, I'll just give it H1. For the body, okay, it's already set as normal. Okay, so I'll set this as header, and size of my header according to the app I'm building, the largest text there is 32. Okay, so just make it 32. So the weight is 700. 700. And since it's not a text that would be wrapping, right, it's usually a one liner in most cases. Okay, it will be a one liner in most cases, so just make it one. Just make this one, and I think that's it. Okay, so guys, you can always come back to set your styles if you start building your app and you see it doesn't look good. You can always come back to tweak your styles, just like that. Okay, that being said, we want to add one more, which is the sub header. Okay. For sub header, we have 16. And the weight of 600. Okay. But let's just make it, I think 18. We can make it 18. We could come back and change this, like I said. Come back and change this, and we'll make it this color here. Okay, for the sub header. and then we want to add one more for labels. For my label, the weight will be 400, size 11. Okay, this is better. This color too. Okay, and I think that's fine. That's all. Now you might have other text variables depending on what you are building. Okay, so what we are building just requires that we have these four. Okay, and you can always come back to add others here when you see that your app requires more text variables. Yeah, so for now we just leave this like this. Body text, have header, have our labels, 11, and then we have our subheaders. Okay, which is fine for now. Okay, one thing I would want us to set again is buttons. Yeah, buttons. Now if you look into our app here, we have just we have this just one button here, which is this, and really we don't have it on other states. We don't have it in inverse state or outline states. Okay, we don't have it, but then let's go ahead to create those states. Who knows, we might need it later in the app. So back to my editor. Okay, so we have primary button. Just make this primary solid. Okay, and background color would be this, right? We also want to set, now we don't need this ones, this shadow and outset. We really don't need it. Okay, well here we want to set the hover state. So when this button is hovered, put the hovered state, and then we add another condition here when this button is pressed. Okay, and we choose the pressed state. Okay, we have something like that. Let's add another button. Let's add the inverse button this time. Okay, so button inverse. Okay, that didn't register well. Let's try it again. Okay, now let's set our inverse button. We'll just click on this plus icon here. Button inverse. Okay. One more would have button outline. Okay. So for our inverse button, let's quickly style that. The background would be this. Okay. Because we set this variable for background colors, right? For the text color would be we want to use a darker shade. Okay. So for text color we could use something like this. We could use the primary color. Okay, something darker than the background. So that would be the primary color. Okay. And then for the hover and the pressed state, so when this button is hovered, okay, so background color could be okay. So let's set the conditions for the state, for the hovered state. Okay, so when this button is hovered, background color would be the primary color, and then the text color or the font color would be white. Let's go with this neutral. Okay, so when it's hovered, we have something like this. Okay, let's define the pressed state. So when this button is pressed, background color would be this, and font color would be white. So let's preview that. So we have something like this. Okay, I think this is too dark. So instead of using something very different from the hover, we could use this since we are using the solid for the hovered. So I think it's good for to use this as the pressed state. So it's not too the margin, okay, the margin look for the pressed and the hover is not too much. So have something like this for hover state and then this for pressed state. Okay, so that's it, guys. You want to this is where you also want to add the styling of your group, styling of your input, your multi-line input, your normal input, and other basic elements you want to use in your app. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Okay guys, let's quickly create a sign up and login flow, and I just created a new page here and called it auth. Okay, and I just have a simple UI here, just the UI. So I'm going to be taking you through the login and sign up flow. Okay, uh, just a little explanation of what I have here now. I just have a group. This is a group housing all these elements. The text that says login. I have another group here housing my email input, my password input, and just a text here that says forgot password. Okay, we're going to be using that for the forgot password flow, right? I have a button here, then I have a text here that says don't have an account, sign up. Okay, and there's a little formatting here on this sign up. I just made it a little bit bold, okay, by going to this rich text editor. Just highlight it and click on bold. Okay, and there's a gap spacing between these elements, and the gap spacing is 24. So on every element there is a 24 gap spacing, but within this group housing these inputs, there is a gap spacing of 12 instead. Okay, because they are kind of related, so you want related elements to be grouped. Okay, so that's what I have here. So let's quickly build in the sign up and login flow. Okay, so to control our state, maybe it's sign up or it's login. Okay, we quickly create a state, and it's good practice to create states on your page, custom states. Okay, so just click on your page, click on this icon, and click on add new custom states, and I'll just call this all states. Okay, so I like appending it with CS custom states of states. I'll make these text, make the type text. Okay, and just create that. Now by default I would make it login. Okay, so on page load the state will be set to login. Alright, so on the login state we want to have this here. Alright, but on the sign up we want to have a different behavior. Okay, so we'll be adding conditionals to few of the elements we have here. We'll be adding conditionals to this text, the button, and also this one here, this text here. So let's move on with that. So we have here, so we'll just be referring to the custom state here. So if, or which is the page now, okay, because I created the custom state on the page, and here is it. So if the custom state is sign up, I will be changing the text to register instead. Okay, register, and you can toggle this just to see what that looks like. Okay, so that means we are registering a new account. So just copy this condition here and bring it here to the button, just paste it here. Okay, so when it's sign up the button also says register. Okay, here when the state is sign up. Okay, you want to have the alternative, right? So that would be have an account, log in. So same thing we did the other time. We're just going to make this one bold like this. Okay, so it's going to look like that when the state is on sign up. Okay, so next thing we're going to be doing now is attaching workflows. Okay, so first thing I'll do is attach a workflow to this here to change the state from sign up to login, right? So add a workflow. I'm going to be setting the state of an element and this. Okay, so I'll be adding a condition first that says when the page's custom state is login, all right, then I want to change it to sign up. Okay, so I'm just going to be duplicating that, and just the alternative. Okay, so when it's sign up, I want to set the state to login. Okay, so let's just quickly test that. Run mode. Okay, so this is what we have. So when I click on this, changes to register. Okay, changes the state, and then when I click on it again, goes back to login. Now let's attach a workflow to this button here. Okay. So add the workflow. Okay, let's add the register workflow first. That would be sign up. Sign a user up. Okay, and the email will be the value of input email, and the password will be the value of input password. Alright, and we're adding one more workflow to also log the user in. We'll be adding a conditional very soon. So log user in, inputs email value, and inputs passwords value too. Okay, still logged in. Well, yes, remember this email. Okay, so we'll be adding a conditional here that says when this custom state, still referring to this custom state, when the state is sign up, okay, run the sign up action, right? Just copy this here and put it here. When it is login, all right, run the login flow, all right, and then after that we want to navigate them to a new page. Okay, so I'll just be creating that page here quickly and just call it app. So the users will be navigated here. So back to my auth page. Okay, go to page, app, right, and I want to do this only when the user is logged in or signed up. So I'll be when current user is logged in. So that means only when either this or this is successful, then go to the next page. Okay, when the user signs up, the user is also logged in. When the user is logged in, of course they are logged in. And that's that about the sign in and sign up flow. Okay guys, so let's fix the workflow for forgot password. Okay, so the flow would be when a user clicks on forgot password, they are taken to another page. Now on that page they'll be able to enter their email, okay, and it is that email that their password reset steps would be sent to. Okay, so let's just do that now. So when we click on forgot password, we want to send them to a new page. So let's maybe create that page first, and the page will look like this too. So we're just going to be cloning this one. Okay, so I'm going to be adding a new page. Just going to be calling it password. Okay, and we're going to be cloning this auth page. Okay, and be making just a few adjustments. First thing is we don't need the custom state, so we'll remove the custom state from here. This will remove the conditionals and just say reset password. Okay, so the reset password, and we just need the email field here. We don't need the password field, and we don't need this. So I'm just going to be collapsing this group. Just make this 10 so that it collapses nicely. And for this, I'm just going to be calling this send reset email. Send reset email. And this, I can just use this to send the user back to the auth page. Peradventure they don't want to reset their password again. So just call this continue signing up. Okay, so we continue signing up. I have few errors here, so I'll just check that. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. So we don't need. I'll just delete all the workflows because this is a different flow entirely now. Okay. So I'll just collapse this to fit everything. Make it 100 so it fits nicely. And also I'll put something here to make sure that this is filled, right? Unless this button will not be really responsive. So just click on this input should not be empty. Okay, so when the user tries clicking on this button without filling this, they just get returned back to this email. Okay, so let me quickly attach your workflow here. So the workflow will just be go to page, and the page will be the hot page because they are not resetting their password anymore. And this, just change the name to email reset. Okay, so send reset email. I'll attach a workflow to this, which will be set password reset email. Yeah, this one, set password reset email, and the email will just be the value of that input. So you can choose to change your subject here, but I'll just leave it like this. Okay, so the user will receive an email telling them that they initiated the password reset workflow. Okay, so after sending the email, I also want to go to this page. Now there's a page called reset underscore pw. It's a default bubble page for password reset, right? So I'm going to be sending them to that page, and on this page they'll be able to reset their password, and the page looks like this. Okay, it's a default page. Okay, it comes by default when you create a new bubble app. Right, so what this button will just do is to reset the password. So you see an input here that says reset password, and then just be referring to those two inputs. Okay, so the first one is input reset your password, which is this one, and then the second one will be the second input, which says input type your password again. And after doing that, we just send them back to the auth page to log in. So go to page, oh okay, so that's it, guys. That's how to create your login or sign up flow, and also the forgot password. So okay, so let's go to the next one. Okay guys, in this section we'll be building the site nav, and
We'd also be learning how to use this side navigation to control the various screens we'll be having on the app. Okay, so let's get into it. I'm just going to grab a floating group here. Just put it on the screen like this and make it color. Okay, I'm going to give it a maximum width of, say, okay, I think 300 is too much. Let's say 250 or say 200. I think 200 is fine. And then just uncheck this just like that. I'm going to rename this and say FG side nav. Okay, so next I'm going to give this a padding of, say, 20 round. Right, I'm just going to put in a repeating group that would have the navigations. Okay, just going to rename this to RG nav just for short. And the layout, I'm just going to make this really small then. Okay, I'll be filling the type of content real soon. Okay, the number of rows is fixed to 4 now. We do not want to have that, so I'll just uncheck that. Okay, and then make the minimum height say 50 for now. I'll be adjusting that later just for me to have some room to work with. Alright, I'm going to be doing more formatting here. Okay, I want to remove this dashed. We wouldn't be using this dashed. We'd actually be using solid. Maybe it doesn't really matter, but then we won't be having these lines. Okay, we'll be making them invisible, but to have equal spaces between the navs, okay, we're just going to make this, say, like 10 and make it invisible. Okay, so like that would have equal spaces within the nav, right? And before I go on, I just want to, this floating group, I want to format it to have a line here. Okay, a line just to demarcate between the side nav and our screens. Okay, so I'll be saying define border independently, and the side I'll be formatting will be the right. Okay, be the right. So I have this straight line here, but I think this is too dark. We are just giving this. Yeah, I think this is fine. We could change this later, but the idea is just to have a demarcation there. Okay, so next thing is to create our option set. So we'll be using option set to fill this side nav. Okay, so let's head to data and then option sets. Right, and I'll just be calling this option set side nav. Okay, side nav, and we have just 4 navigations. We have board, that's the board screen. we have reports, inbox, and settings. Alright, but after this we'll be creating attributes for these options. Okay, so this will be our display text, and we'll be creating two attributes, which is the slug should be a text, okay, and the icon, which will also be text. Alright, so the slug will just be identical to these options we have here, but then the reason we want to have slug is so that we make them lowercase, because we're going to be using them in the URL. Okay, so we don't want to have you know, sentence case or something like this. Okay, we don't want to have any uppercase in our URL. So that's the reason we are creating that slug. Okay, you'd see the reason we are doing this in a second, but just stay with me, guys. So board, modify this, and the slug will just be board. Okay, reports will also be reports, inbox, same thing, and then settings will just have setting, remove the s. Okay, setting. Now for the icons, we'll head to hero icons. Okay, so the website is heroicons.com, where you can have this nice looking library of icons. So we'll be using this in our app. Okay, so we want to fill the first one, which is board. Be using this icon. Okay, I think it's square, something like that. Yeah, squares, 2 times 2. So we'll be copying the name just as it is here. I think this represents board, or we could use this. I think this represents board more. Okay, well, let's just go with this. Let's go with this. Copy, head back to my editor. Okay, modify attributes, come to icon, just click on that. Make sure there's no space here, guys. Make sure there are no weird spaces. So you want to make sure everything is trimmed. Okay, we'll save that. For reports, let's do that quickly. Okay, okay, I think, yeah, we'll use this for reports. Chat bar, okay. For inbox, we'll just find the message bubble. Let's just type in message, see what we have. Okay, for inbox we could use this or this, but I think this is fine. Okay, just copy that back to your editor. Same thing we've been doing, just copy that and paste it there. Okay, and then the last one, from which is setting. Okay, we'll just be using this one here, cog6 tooth. Go back to the editor, modify attribute and then just paste it like that. Okay, so now that we have our option set, we head back to the design tab. Okay, and the type of content will be side nav. Okay, data source will be all side nav. Okay, because we are pulling in everything, right? So we pop in a group here. Okay, just name this nav cell. Okay, just like that. And right now is 60. Just make it say, just to have a room, let's make it 50 by now, and we'll fit height to contents later. So here I'll be putting in the icon first. Okay, so guys, make sure you install hero icons plugin, okay, because that's what we'll be using. Yeah, this one by Minimum Studio. Okay, install that. Okay, and we'll be using these elements, hero icon, right? So back to design and look for hero icon. Yeah, that's it. Just pop it in here. Make sure this group is row, because we are setting things side by side. Alright, so we could just make these 24 by 24. You can always adjust it if it's too big. So just set it in the middle like this. And instead of having instead of setting it here, we'll set it dynamically, getting the value or the data from our option set. Okay, so insert dynamic value. Okay, get an option, and we have just one option set now, so it's been filled by default. So option set will be not all options. Okay, we've not filled this group here, this cell here, so we'll fill that first. So this will be side nav, and then we have current cells side nav. Okay, then back to this icon now, then we can just refer to let's clear this one. We can just refer to current cells side nav icon. Okay, so we have that. Then let's just pop in the text. Okay, choose text icon here, put it here like that, set it in the middle, and let's just have a gap spacing between them, and the gap spacing will be a column gap. Let's see 10. Let's see what 10 looks like. Okay, I think 10 is fine. Let's use labels style. Okay, I think that's we could use, yeah, we could use body. I think body is fine. Body is fine, but we could make it a little bit bolder, say 700. Okay, because it's side nav, it should be bold a bit, and we'll just be pulling in the display. So that's current groups display. Okay, so we don't want to have this rough kind of expression here, so we'll just use canvas placeholder and just call it navigation. Okay, just to have a tidy side nav. Okay, and I'm just going to be fitting width to content. Okay, so now that we have this, we can collapse the height. So I'm just going to make it really something small that would hug the whole thing. Okay, so I think we have that, and the repeating group itself, let's quickly format that too. Our minimum height is 50 now. Let's make it 10 too. Okay, so we have something like this, and the whole repeating group itself, we don't need this real estate here, so we could just make it 10. All right, so we have this. Okay, we have this. Let's just preview what we have here before going on. So preview. Okay guys, so here's a preview of what we have. This looks good, but I think it needs to be spaced better. So let's just go back to the editor. Okay, and what we'll just be touching is this width here, okay, that we used in separating them. Okay, and just make it something big, like 30. Okay, and let's preview this again. Okay, I think we have something better now. Okay, this is looking really good. Let's do some formatting, quick formatting. Okay, we want to do some interactive formatting. Okay, so this one would be doing, first of all, I want to make this padding here. I want to make it something like 40, so we have a space up there, or maybe 50. Okay, we could always change things, and I'll just attach a workflow to this group here, okay. So what we want to do is, when we click on it, okay, we want to have slugs. Okay, we want to have slugs, and this is what it means when I say slugs. So now we have the name of the app, version test, and an app. Now we want to have another slash here, okay, and have this slug we set, okay, on the option set, which is this. Okay, this one, modify attributes. Okay, when we click on it, we want to have the slug. We want to have it displayed after this app. Okay, so we can navigate with it. So whatever we click here, so if it's report, we have another path parameter here. Okay, if it's inbox, we have it here. If it's settings, you get the gist, guys. So let's quickly do that. Go back to editor. So attach your workflow here, and then add workflow. Okay, so guys, whenever you want to start adding your workflows, you want to group them. Okay, you want to start by grouping them, because things could get really crowded quickly. Okay, so I'm just going to create a group here, okay, and just say navigation. Okay, so any workflow related to navigation will be inside here. Okay, so I'm just going to click on all workflows again, and then workflow folder, navigation. Okay, so and I like to make the color of anything that has to do with navigation, I like to make it orange. Okay, so guys, this is just making the app really orderly. Right, so when I click on that, what I want is to do is go to page. Okay, so we're just going to be going to the same page, which is app. Okay, I'm going to be saying send more parameters. Okay, so the workflow here would be go to page. Okay, I'm just going to be doing the same page, which is app, and data to send will be current sales nav slug. Okay, so current sales nav slug, let's see what that looks like. Okay, so when I click on bot, I should have my URL. Okay, having bot. Okay, so when I click on report, I should have report here. Okay, basically anything I click on here would be reflected on the second path here. Okay, so we'll be using that for navigation, and we'll be using this to format this text and these icons here. So let's quickly do the formatting now. So back to my editor, back to design tab. Okay, so what I want to say now is let's work on the icon first. Okay, so the condition would be gets data from page URL. Okay, and to be part segments as a list. Okay, and the type will be a text. Okay, when item number 2, okay, I'll be explaining why it's item number 2 in a while, is current groups nav slug. Okay, I want to change the color to this primary color here. Okay, so let me quickly explain this. Now get data from page URL, that is I want to get data from my URL, okay, whatever is in my URL. Okay, what I'm saying is the type is get segment as a list. Okay, so I'm referring to the path. Okay, so each path is a list, is converting each path as a list, and what that means is now this version test is not a path. Okay, we don't count it as a path. Okay, so the path starts from here. Okay, so after your app name, bubbleapps.io, this is the first path. Okay, not version test, and this is the second path. So we are saying if item number 2, okay, this is item number 1 now, this is item number 2, so we are saying that if this item number 2, which is this slug that we have here that's in option set, if it is the same thing as the parent groups, okay, side nav slug, that is if it's the same thing with what we have, what we have here, if it's the same thing with what we have here, then set a condition. Okay, so back to design. Okay, so if basically if the slug in the option set is the same thing as the slug in the URL. We set this. Okay, so let's quickly test that and see what it looks like. Quickly back to preview. Okay, so we have this. So whenever I click on this, okay, it changes because what we have here, okay, in this slug is the same thing with what we have in the URL. Okay, so that's why it's formatting. So basically what happens is whenever a user clicks on this, okay, it changes color. Okay, just to give the user a visual cue that okay, you are on boards, you are on reports, you are on inbox and all that. So we'll be doing the same thing for the text. Okay, I mean this here. Okay, so we'll just copy this one here, just copy this expression and paste it on the text. Okay, and what we want to do here is we want to change the color to, of course, change the color to match the icon, and we also want to make the text bold a little bit. Okay, so that will be font weight. We currently have 700, so we'll just say 800. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. Okay, so we have this. This is exactly what we want to have. Okay, so let's set our screens now. Okay, and we'll be making those screens visible based on what we have on our URL here, based on what we have here. Okay, so back to my editor. Okay, now I'll be doing some calculations here. Okay, but before I do that, I'll just pop in my header, not formatted now. I'll just pop it in so that I have a good measurement of what my screen size would be like. Okay, so I'm just going to take a floating group again. Okay, I'm going to take a floating group and just pop it here. Okay, and say floating group header, right? And just make it not fixed, I'll make it row. Okay, I'll make it fill the whole thing. Just make this really small number. Okay, I think the height is good at 50. Okay, and now let's just send it to the back. Okay, send it to the back. So I'll just right click and send to back. Okay, so it's at the back of this. Okay, we could format that later. And now there's a problem here. Our repeating group is too close to the header, so we'll just come to this side nav floating group and increase this padding even more. So let's just make it 70. Okay, so I think this is okay, or let's just make it 80. We can always edit these things. All right, this is cool. So we have height of 50, and for this, okay, I'm just going to put just like I have this line here, I'm going to be doing the same thing here. But before doing that, I would give it a solid color so we can just see things better. So flat color, define border independently, and that would be the bottom. Give it a solid color, and that would be this. Okay, I think that's too bright. Okay, I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, so I'll just bring it to the front. Okay, send it to front. Okay, so it's in the front and this is at the back. So I think it looks better like this. So guys, let's just do a little bit of calculation here. So the height of this is 50 and the width of this is 200, right? I just make this on 10 floors. Okay, just make this 10 for now. And so we'll be giving the group housing our screens. We'll just be giving it we'll be subtracting this width and this height from it. Okay, let me quickly do that so we'll get the context of what I'm talking about. I'm going to be using a floating group again. I'll be using a floating group instead of a regular group. And the reason I'm using a floating group is that we don't have weird scrollers here. Okay, we don't get scrollers for floating group, but you get it for groups. Okay, so that's just like a quick tip. Okay, so I'm just going to be dragging this here like this and just say floating group views. Okay, I'm just going to be giving this an emoji really quick so that I can see it really quickly. Okay, just give it a red color like this. Okay, and here, like I said, this is 50, so we'll give it a top margin of 50. Okay, and this is 200. Give it a side, align to parent. We make it align to parent. Okay, not fixed width, not fixed width. Just make this really small, say like 10, so that I just have room whenever I fit with the content. Okay, not really important. And then fit height to content, no, I want it to fill everywhere. And then the left margin would be 200. Okay, so basically I just subtracted the height and the width. Okay, so that subtraction is the margin. Okay, so guys, I have my sidebar, I have my header, which we'll get back to soon, and then I have my screens. Okay, or the floating group that will be housing my screens. And remember, it's aligned to parent. Okay, so it's aligned to parent. So let's quickly pop in our screens. Okay, we have 4 navigations, 1 2 3 4, so we'll be popping in 4 screens. So back to the editor. Okay, so I'll just be using a group here, so I'll be calling this screen 1. Instead of GRS, just say screen 1, just like that. Okay, make this 10. Fit height to contents, no. Okay, so I'm just going to be duplicating this 3 more times, making Before doing that, let's quickly make this align to parent for now. Okay, align to parent for now, and just let's just pop in a text so that we can see what's happening when I start changing the screens. Okay, so just pop in a text like this and say screen 1 just for labeling purposes, guys. This will be removed later. Okay, so just going to duplicate this with Ctrl D. Okay, so I have screen 1 copy, so instead of that will be screen 2, and the text, the label 2 will be screen 2. Okay, going to duplicate this, Ctrl D. Okay, and this will be screen 3. The label 2 will say screen 3, and then the last one, Ctrl D, and that will be screen 4, and the label 2 will say screen 4. So guys, if you look at my elements tree here, let me just collapse this, collapse this, collapse this, and collapse this. So we have 4 screens here. We have screen 1, screen 2, screen 3, and screen 4, right? But we don't want any of these to be visible on page load. Okay, so we'll just say this element is visible on page load, no, and collapse when hidden. Okay, and we're doing this for everything, so I think I can select it like that. Okay, select everything, set this to not visible on page load, collapse when hidden.
Okay, so we want to show each screen based on what we have here. Okay, so if we have board, we want to show the board screen. Have reports, we want to show the reports. You get the gist, guys. So back to editor. Okay, so we want to attach a condition to the screens. Okay, so there'll be a condition now that says here when get data from page URL. Okay, that as a list. When item number 2, okay, is bought. Right, so make sure this name is the same thing with the slug, else it won't work. Exactly same thing, same case and same spelling. All right, when it's bold, this is visible. Okay, so let's view it before we add it to the others. Okay, so we have screen 1. Okay, so whenever it's bold in my URL, we should have screen 1. So we're just going to copy it to the other screens. Okay, so we're just going to copy this condition here and paste this to the others, but we'll be changing this slug. Okay, so this will be reports. Okay, inbox, then we have setting. Okay, let's just test that out and see what we have. Back to preview. Okay, so we have screen 1, screen 2, screen 3, screen 4. Okay, guys, that's exactly what we want to have. Okay, but one last thing, if this is cleared, okay, we just have app. You've noticed that nothing shows. Okay, so we want to set the board to be the default page, okay, when the user lands on this page. So let's just do that right now. So what you want to do is just go to workflow, and we choose do when true event. Okay, and this will just happen once. Okay, we set it to just once. Okay, so what we want to do is when page is loaded entirely, okay, we want to just copy this action, this go to page action, but we'll be doing some editing. So copy and paste. Okay, so the data to send will just be board, since we want board to be our default page. And I'm just going to group this, just calling it true. Okay, because it will be housing when a condition is true actions. So I'm just going to group that inside it. Okay, so let's quickly test that out. So I'll reload my page. Okay, so on page load board, and then the user can move and navigate from there. Okay, but guys, I want us to add something really simple, just like a UI thing. Okay, I want an over effect, like when the cursor is hovered over this like this, there should be some kind of popping effect. Okay, just a subtle popping effect. Let's quickly do that. So just put a condition here that says when this group is hovered, we want to give it a left padding of say 5. Let's see what 5 looks like. I think 5 is fine. But then we want to add transition effects. We don't just want it to happen abruptly. So left padding, let's make it something like 400. I think that's smooth enough. Okay, so let's just preview that. Okay, so this is the effect I'm talking about. So when it's hovered, it gives the user some kind of cool feedback that okay, this is what is being hovered on. Okay, so in the next one, guys, we'll be building the pages themselves. Okay, see you there. Okay, guys, moving on. Let's work on screen 1, which is board. Okay, let's work on the board screen. But before that, let's set up the database for the board. Okay, so let's quickly head on to data. Let's create a type and call it board. Right, I'll be adding several fields here. Board will have a title, and it's going to be a text. Okay, it's going to have a description, and it's also going to be a text. Okay, we have label, and label will just be a text too, but it's going to be a list of text. Okay, let's add the owner. Okay, that is the owner of that bot, and to just be a user. So we are just going to feed in the current user. That is the person creating it. Right. Assignee. Okay, assignee is going to be user too, but it's going to be a list of users because several users in the team could be assigned to that particular board. Okay, so let's create that. Okay, guys, let's just look at our board and see the other things we add. Okay, I think this creation pop-up will give us more context. Okay, so we have priority label, owner, assignee. Okay, we have due dates. We have documents links, description, and comments. Okay, so let's just go back to our editor. We stop as assignee, and the next one, let's just add the due date. Due date, which is just going to be dates, and then there's also thumbnail. Okay, we also have thumbnails. Some have thumbnails, some don't have. Okay, so during the build, we could just make that optional. So let's add that. Thumbnail is going to be an image. Okay, have attachments link. That's going to be a text. The next one is comment. Okay, so comment to be related to board, like I said. Okay, but we want to have some fields within comments, and we want to have the body. That is the body of the comment, text. Okay, and we also want to link it to board, so the board it belongs to. So board, we already have the creator by default and the creation date by default. Okay. Okay, guys, in this section, let's go through how to add a task. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is to add a pop-up. Okay, so the flow would be when a button is pressed, we get a pop-up. Okay, so let's add the button here just for now. Okay, for now, let's add the button here and just say add task. And just remove the text for now. We don't need this text anymore. Just delete the text and then just leave the button there. Okay, so the action will be when this button is clicked, show a bot creation pop-up. Okay, so here just look for a pop-up here. Okay, just drag it on the screen. Okay, So we want to make this one align to parents. Okay, now let's just make the width as wide as the screen. Okay, and the height as also tall as the screen. Okay, so minimum height would be 100%. Okay, let's just make that 100%. Okay, we're using this pop-up for creation and editing, so let's just name it be create edit board. Okay, so right now we don't give it any color, no color. Also roundness, we don't need this roundness, so roundness will be set to 0 and outset to none. Okay, but guys, you want to make sure it's aligned to parents. Okay, and we'll put a group inside. Now the reason we are doing it like this is we want the pop-up to always be in the center of the screen, so that's why we are not using the pop-up itself as the container. Okay, so the container itself will be a group within it. Okay, and then we'll set it to be in the middle. Okay, we can make the min width 0 and then the maximum width, say something like 400 is fine. Okay, or let's say 500 for now. Okay, we could always change it. 500, and just to have some space to work with, just make the height say 300. Okay, I'm just going to be giving the padding of 20 round. All right, so roundness of, I think 10 is fine. Background flat, and it's just going to be white. Okay, but the pop-up itself, we want to, okay, I think this gray out is fine. Yeah, everything is okay. Okay, so let's just see what it looks like on run mode, like this. Okay, so I'm just going to close this pop-up now and add a workflow to it. So this button will show an element, and the element will be this pop-up. Okay, so let's just see what that looks like on run mode. Okay, so click on the button. Very good. So we have the pop-up. This is exactly what we want to have. Okay, so let's go back to our editor, back to the design tab. Okay guys, it's time to add the input. So I'll just start by adding the input for the title. Okay.
I'm going to remove the fixed width and give it like a height of 40. Let's just go with 48. This is going to say title. Right, it's going to say enter task title. Okay, I think 42 is fine. I'm going to be consistent with that. So the next thing we're going to be adding is the description. Okay. So I'm just going to be making it twice of this. Okay, so that'll be 84. I mean the height now. So we're just going to say task description. Okay, let's add a gap spacing of 12 equally on this container. So everything we add on this would have a gap spacing of 12. Okay, so the next thing we want to add now is the status. So that's going to be a drop down. I'll be using 42 just like we did for this one. Okay, that's fixed width. Just leave that to something like 10. I'm just going to style it to this. Okay, so this would be multi-line inputs, description, drop down status. Okay, now I'm just going to be duplicating this one, and this is going to be the assignee, right? Who this task is for, or who are the people the creator of this task is assigning the tasks to. So this is going to be assignee. Okay, we're going to be populating them very soon. Okay, we also have due dates. Due date. But for that, for the dates, instead of using the default bubble date and time keep picker, let's just quickly install 1 by 0 code. This one, edit and time keeper, edit and time picker. Let's close that. Okay. So quickly look for it. This is it here. Okay. Um, date and time bigger, and this will just be due dates. Okay. It's also going to be 42. Okay, so the styling is a little bit different from the others because it's an external plugin. So let's quickly do this styling first. Um, Here we have border width or neutral lines. Okay, let's quickly do that. Font color would be this. Okay, and we have a roundness of 3. Okay, now I think there is a left and right padding of 10 10. Okay, so instead of having vertical padding, we could just have horizontal padding alone. I think this is fine. Okay, so that's good, and it's just going to say this is going to say status. I'll choose a status. I think that's better. Okay, and this should say add assignee. Placeholder here would say choose due date. Okay, so the next field would be the attachment. Okay, so if there's going to be a document that is attached to this, so we're going to be duplicating this one, this normal input. Okay, and it's just going to be attachments. Yeah, attachment. Okay, there would also be room for thumbnail, so let's add that. So that would be a picture uploader. So this is just going to say add a thumbnail. Okay, and the height is also going to be 42 just to be consistent with the others. But we're going to be doing some quick formatting here. Okay, so instead of having bold, not bold, borders will be the same thing as the rest. Neutral lines. Okay, so background color will be none. We want that background color, and then we also want to make the border lines dashed. Right, let's just put dash and make it 3 like the rest. Okay, I think this is fine. So instead of saying add a thumbnail, just say click to add a thumbnail. Click to add a thumbnail. Okay, so I think we are good to go for now. There will also be comments here, but that will be related to messaging. So right now, we wouldn't be adding comments right now. Okay, so next thing to do is to add a button. Now here, this since this is attachment, so this one should be add attachment link. Okay, so now a button. Height 42. Okay, not fixed width as usual. And this is just going to be saying add task. Okay guys, for this one, I think it's better to use a multi-select drop down. Okay, so I'm just going to switch this with a multi-select drop down because we might not be having just one assignee, we might be having more than one. Okay, so I'll be using a multi-select, so I'll just be changing that now. Okay, so guys, I've switched these assignees to a multi-select drop down, and what I just did was to go to the plugins, add this multi-select drop down by Bubble. Okay, it comes with an element, and this is the element. Okay, and I just added some formatting, right? So now we have all our inputs. Okay, so let's try to fill everything. Okay, so now this, the content type would be board. Okay, and the data source is just going to be empty since we are going to be setting it. We are going to be pushing data to that pop-up. Okay, so this will just inherit from the parent pop-up. Okay, so this will just be parent group pop-up, and the type will be board. Okay, so let's start setting this input dynamically now. So the initial content, since we are going to be using this for editing too, okay, so we need to set the initial content, right? So when we push data into it, we would have something, we'll have a content within it, right? Prefilled. So this will be parent group board title. Okay, so that will be parent group board description. Okay, this would be status. But then before adding the initial content, let's fill up the kind of data this would be having. So right now with static choices, change that to dynamic because we are filling it dynamically, and the type will be status. Okay, status choice source will be all statuses. Okay, and the current option will be current options display, right? Okay, guys, we also want to have priority. Remember, we created the priority option set here.
So there's also priority. So let's just really add that real fast. So just by duplicating this, Control D, okay, Control D, just bring that up. So this would say DD priority. Okay, priority, and this will just say choose a priority. Okay, so dynamic choices instead of priority, instead of status, that will be priority. And let's clear this. This would be all priority. Yeah, that's it. So let's go back to this one and set the default value. So that would be parents groups board status. This one here. Okay, and this will be parents group board priority. Right. Now for assignee here, okay, since assignees are a list of users, right? So the type of content will be user. Okay, choices would be do a search for users minus the person creating the task. So type would be user. Okay, so that'll be all users. Then we'll put minus item current user. So every user on my team minus the person creating it, right? Because I'm the creator, so I can assign myself. Um, Option caption will be first name. Okay, let's just use the first name as the option caption. Okay, so default value will be parents group board assignees. So parents group board assignee, because it's a list of users, right? We don't have to set maximum item. Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, let's move to the next one. So the next one would be initial dates will be parent group board due dates. All right. So we also have attachments link. Okay, so this will just be the initial content will be parents group board attachments link. Yeah, that's it. And the thumbnail it's just going to be the current thumbnail, right? So dynamic image, parents group board, thumbnail. Okay, so that's it. Now this is going to be saying update task when the creator is editing. Okay, and it's going to be saying add task when the creator is creating it. Okay, so how do we do that condition? So the condition would be, now since when the user is creating, it's empty by default, right? But when the user is editing, this pop-up will have a data pushed into it. That is, okay, the user is editing, right? So the condition would be when parents group board is not empty, right? It has data on it. Then the text should say update task. Okay, should say update task. Right, and guys, let's make sure all these inputs, make sure you tick this input should not be empty. Okay, every input should be filled. Let's see if I can select everything and do that at once. Okay, I don't think I can. Okay, I can't for these three, so I'm just going to do that. This input should not be empty. Okay, let's see if we have for these. Okay, there's no this input should not be empty option for multi-select. Okay, that's fine. Let's see for a date and time keeper. Okay, so we don't have for that too. Let's add to this. This input should not be empty. Okay, also this input should not be empty. All right, so that's that. Okay, so let's work on actually creating a task or a board. Okay, so I'm going to be using that interchangeably, still referring to the same thing, a task, a board. Okay, so when add task is clicked, okay, so I like to group my events. I like to color code them. So most times anything that has to do with creation, I like to give it color green, right? And when it has to do with updating, color blue. Okay, so I'm just going to create a folder for this. Remember guys, always create a folder. So folder would be create what. Okay, so I'm just going to be placing it into that folder, which is create board. Okay, so when the button is clicked, I want to create a new theme, and that will be board. Right, so I'm just going to add all fields. Okay, okay, so guys, that will be add list, and the list we are going to be adding is the multi-select drop down, assign its value. Okay, attachment link, so that will be input attachment value. Multi-line input description for due dates with time and date picker, selected dates. Okay, the owner will just be the current user. Okay, owner is the one creating it. Priority, just be referring to that drop down, priorities value. Okay, status, same thing, status value. Thumbnail, be referring to that. Okay, this is it, picture uploader value. Okay, and the title would be this. Okay, so after creating all that, next thing is to reset relevant input. Okay, have that here already, and to hide the pop-up. Hide an element.
and that element will be pp create and edit board. And guys, we also want to add like a toast notification, okay, just for feedback. So for that, we need this toast notification here. This plugin, I've already installed it by Minimum Studio. Okay, so back to workflow. So the action is notify a notifier. Okay, we don't have a notifier on the page, so I'm just going to drop one on the page. Okay, this is it here. So I'm going to be dropping it on the page. Notifier. Okay, I want to make sure I'm dropping it on the page. Okay, right now it's on the header, but then I can always drop it on the page later. So I want it to be on the top center. Okay, and let's just go back to the workflow. So after hiding the pop-up, I want to notify a notifier. So that's just how to show notifier. That's like the default command, right, or the custom command of the plugin. So that should say board created. Okay, I think we are good to go with that. So I'm going to be attaching a condition to this to create only when the pop-up is empty, that is someone is creating something new. Okay, so only when parent group's board is empty. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to be doing is to create the edit mode. Okay, just going to be copying this, copy and paste it. Okay, so this would be when it is not empty. Okay, that means we are updating, and the color would be blue, like I said earlier. Now, instead of having this create board, create a thing, to make changes to a thing. Okay, so I'm just going to insert an action and delete the create one. So that will make changes to thing. And what I'm making changes to is just the parent group's board. Right, I'll add all the fields. So same thing I did for creation. Okay, I'm just going to add same thing here. So I'm just going to pause the video here, add everything, and we'll continue. Everything has been filled, right? And then this notifier, okay, also changed. Instead of saying created, it says board updated. Okay, so guys, in the next one we are going to be creating and editing a board, and we're also going to be doing some UI building. Okay, building the UI of our boards and how to interact with it. Okay, so before then, I just want to say that I have two dummy users here. Okay, so I'm signed in as Jake at email.com, and my other team member is Sarah at email.com. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Hi guys, so in this section I'm going to be going through creation of tasks, editing of tasks, and also how to sort these tasks. Okay, so I want to show you this really nice plugin that would enable you drag tasks from one board to another. Okay, it's called drag it, rg to rg, right? And I have it installed already. It's by no code artisan, so you should have that
on your app. So let's just go to that. Okay, so I'm going to have this button. I'm just going to drop it up here for now. Okay, moving on. I'm just going to be putting it at the right side, somewhere here. Okay, just for now, that's fine. I also have 4 repeating groups here. One that is holding the not started state, ongoing, stock, and completed. Okay, so this page, this screen one, let's just make the page layout column. And just going to put a group to hold my text and maybe other things later. But for now, just the text, and just look for the text. So this page is going to be a row. The layout is going to be a row. Okay, I'm just going to be calling this pod. It's going to be a header. Just fit this screen to content. Make it something like 10 so it hugs the text. I think we are good with that. And then another repeating group that would actually hold the pods. Another group rather that will hold the pods. So drag a group. Okay, just make this one something like 10 and not fit height to content. Okay, so this will be a row because I'm stacking things side by side. And let's just apply gap spacing, column gap spacing of 20. So we have equal space of 20 between the boards. Next thing would be to have a group again. I'm just going to make the max with 300 for now. And this is going to fill the whole page. Okay, so I'm going to put a text up here, a text and a repeating group. So I'm just going to copy this text here since it has the same style. Copy this and just paste it here. Okay, remove this. I don't need this. Remove this. So I just want it to be a label. So that will be not started. Just going to be a label of that board. Okay, I think we don't need line spacing and text of 18. Yeah, I think 18 is perfect. Now let's put apply spacing between these two, just make something like 20, and finally the repeating group. And before populating the repeating group, this will be allow vertical scrolling when content overflows. Yeah, and then the width should be something really small. 10. Okay, so this will be RG not started. RG not started, and it's just not 4. Okay, I'm going to make the minimum height 100. Let's see, maybe we'll adjust that later, but for now 100. And then the minimum height, no minimum height. Okay guys, so let's populate this repeating group, and we'll just be using this drag it element from the plugin. Okay, this plugin I talked about earlier, right? Oops. Okay, so since we have 4 repeating groups, yeah, we're going to be having 4 of these drag it icon, or this element rather. So what I'm just going to be doing is I'm going to be grouping them somewhere neatly. Okay, so I'm just going to be dragging them under this navigation. Okay, and call it drag it elements. Okay, so just going to be dragging in the first one. Okay, so drag it A, which is good. All right, the repeating group would be items 1. Yeah, that's the ID for the repeating group. Okay, I'm just going to do the same thing here. Items 1. Okay, make sure it's the same thing, and it's also case sensitive. Okay, items 1, and the data source type of content will be bot. Okay, and the data source would be to search for bot. All right, that's it. Okay, we don't need filtered data. I'll just come down here to where it says grouping. Yeah, so you want to group everything, right? Basically you want to just pass in, do a search for board. Okay, do a search for board without any constraints. But for the repeating group, there should be a constraint for the repeating group itself. So this part to be do a search for boards where status is equal to not started. Okay, started. But the difference here will be that for grouping, to be do a search for board without any constraint. Okay, so to do that, we're just going to be copying this one here and just remove that filter. It should be removed, and the group name is, let's just call it board. Okay, that's the group name, and really that's all we have to do on this element. Okay, so guys, the data source would be drag it A rg sync source. Okay, so that we have that now. So let's just populate the repeating group itself. So I'm going to put a group within it. Okay, and says the data source, so that will be current sales board. Okay, and the things we have within our board is the title, the display image and other details like the person it was assigned to and the date and the due date. Okay, so let's just do that now. Let's just give ourselves a little more room, and make this 200 for now. I'm going to be making this roundness something like 5. I think 5 is fine. I'm going to be having a border. I'm just going to be making this 2 and just a very faint gray. Yeah, just like that. Okay, it's going to be separator, but I'm just going to be using it as something to separate the cells, not as an exact separator. I'm just going to be making this 0. Okay, so we have equal space between the boards. Okay, just going to give this a padding of 10 round. Okay, so let's populate this with text and pictures, or a picture rather. So this would be current groups board title. I'm going to give this a gap spacing of 10, so things are spaced out within it. Okay, next will be an image. Okay, going to be making this not fit width. The maximum height should be something like 100. I think 100 is fine, but I'm going to make the fixed height on of say 150. 150 is fine. Yes, I'm going to be duplicating this for now. Okay guys, so we have a lot of room. Right now I'm going to be making this repeating group itself really large, and then we'll collapse it later. So 400, yeah, for now 400. So this title would be much bigger, so make this a subheader style. Yeah, and this wouldn't be the title, this would just be the description, and it should be truncated. Okay, yeah, truncated to say 70. Yeah, 70 is fine, so we don't have really long text. I think 1.4 might be too much, 1.2 is fine. Okay, this is good. Okay, the image source will just be current sales board image. Okay, current groups board thumbnail. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so now we'll also have the assignee and the due date. Okay, so to do that, I'm just going to be putting a group here, just grouping those together in a row container. Okay, the layout is going to be row, Just going to be copying this, have it here, and edit it for the date. But right now, this group is not filled, so I'm just going to be filling it with the appropriate data, which is the parent group spot, and quickly delete this. Due dates, but we'll format it to look good. Okay, I think this is fine. And go ahead to format it more here using custom, but I think we'll just go with this. This is fine. Okay, but instead of having it like this, let me put a canvas placeholder. Just call this dates. Okay, so that we have something good looking. Okay, now next thing is we want to populate the assignee. Okay, if you remember our database for board, okay, we have assignee and it's a list of users. It's a list of users. So what we can do here quickly is to have a repeating group just holding the list of those users. So we're just going to be populating it with that list and just showing the avatar alone. So quickly format this repeating group to look good. The number of rows will be 1. Number of rows will be 1. Yeah, and have columns. So minimum height, let's put something like 50 for now, and then we'll collapse later. So repeating group would be RG assignees. Okay, and to just be holding a list of users, and those users would be current group spot assignee. Okay, very good. I'm just going to be dropping an image element within it just to pull out the avatar. Okay, I'm going to be making this really round, so you exaggerate it to something like 200 so that it has perfect roundness. Make this element fixed ratio, yes, and let's just say 30. Okay, and a really faint border. Okay. Something grayish. Yeah, I think this is good. So dynamic image would be current sales user avatar, and the run mode would be zoom. Okay, so let's make this repeating group prettier now. The minimum width, say something like 10. 10 is fine, and the height of the repeating group 10 is also fine, so it fits. Okay, it's going to be fit with content too. Let's just make this something like 52. 50 is fine, and this will just be separated equally left right. And instead of having this extra space here, I'll just close everything up. Very good, and this will be closed up too, so no extra space anywhere. I'm just going to be bringing this to the center. Okay, so we have that. Okay, Perhaps there's something else to populate this repeating group with. Let's check data. Okay, I think we have the priority. So you might want to do the priority. Okay, so the priority will just be a text. Just be a text about the parents groups board priority. Yeah, and I'm going to be making this real small, more like a chip. I think 10 is too small. I think 11 is fine. We don't need line spacing. Okay, so right now I'm going to be giving it a padding of say 5 top and then 8 by the side because I want to give it a round, a cheap kind of style. So roundness 100, so have perfect roundness, right? And the background, yeah, the background just want to have a gray background like this. Yeah, I think this is nice. That'll be the priority display. Okay, let's also add attachments. Okay, so that would just be an icon, a pin icon. So if there's an attachment on this file, there'll be a pin icon attaching to it, and if not, there wouldn't be a pin icon. So really, I'm just going to put these two in a row container, okay, and make this concise just by putting a canvas placeholder. Yeah, priority. That's okay. Then is an icon. Okay, let's look for an attachment icon. So I want a pin icon. Okay, guys, I'm just going to look for that and resume this. Okay, guys, so it's actually a paper clip. It's called paper clip. That's the name of the icon. So have that here. Okay, guys, so I'm just going to be collapsing this like this. Yeah, I think we are good with those details. Perhaps we need to add other details. Be adding that later in the lesson. Okay, I'm just going to make this something like 100. And not the group, the repeating group itself. So instead of this 400 here, make it 100. So it fits. Okay, let's make this fit height to content first, then the repeating group. Yeah, that's it. So guys, we have that. Okay. So I'm just going to be creating a board now and see how it populates. Okay. And after then we'll duplicate this board 3 more times to hold the ongoing, stock, and completed. Okay. So I'm just going to be doing that right now. Okay guys, so let's create a task. Okay, so the task title, something like say edit video. The description, I just have some Lauren Ipsum on my clipboard. I'm just going to be using that. Okay, choose a status. That will be not started. Priority normal. I just have one person in my team, so that would be Sarah. Okay, choose a due date. I'm just going to choose a future date here. An attachment link. Let's just be test.com, right? So adding a thumbnail now. Just going to be adding this as my thumbnail. Yeah, and then click on add task. Yeah, there you have it guys. Task has been added. With all the appropriate data being fed into it. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to be doing now is, just like I said, just duplicating this board 4 times to hold the ongoing, stock, and completed task. Okay, and also this drag it icon here, I'm going to be duplicating that 4 times too. Okay, so I'm just going to pause the video now, do that, and then come back guys. Okay guys, so what I just did, like I said, was to duplicate this 4 times, okay, and passing the appropriate data within it. Okay, and change the ID. So instead of 1, this will be 2, third one will be 3, and the fourth one will be 4, and then fit in the appropriate data at the source depending on what the particular board will be holding. Okay, for instance, the second board is holding the ongoing status, and where status is equal to ongoing. Okay, and same thing for C and D. Okay, after that, guys, don't also forget to change the ID of the repeating group to the same ID you've given to the group elements, the plugin elements. Okay, the plugin elements. So this is items 1, and this will be items 2, this will be 3, and the other one will be 4. So make sure they correspond. What I also did was to just color code it. So not started has this color, ongoing, stock red, and completed green. Okay, that's just it, and this is what it looks like on your own mode. It looks like this was the one we added before. Okay, so let's add an ongoing task and see how the dragging works. Okay, so I'm just going to add another one here, add task, and this will be shoot photos. Okay, I'm going to be adding Lorem Ipsum as description again. So the status will be ongoing, priority normal, still assigned to Sarah, future date, no attachment link for this. I'm going to be putting a thumbnail. So I'm just going to be using this thumbnail here. Okay, that has uploaded successfully, and I'm going to add task. Okay, I must have an attachment. Okay, so this shouldn't be, so it would be, so I'll set it to this group should not be empty, will be unchecked. Okay, but for now, let's just have a test attachment. Okay, test attachment link. Okay, something like that, and I add. Okay, so now we have this task here. Let's see how the dragging works. So I'm going to be dragging this not started to the ongoing. Let's see. Okay, so guys, it works really fine. Works fine. Okay, you could go on to add custom code to remove this sidebar here, but really that's not a big deal. So I'm just going to add another one here. Okay, I'm also going to be dragging something here. Okay, so guys, you get it. The dragging works. It works fine. Okay, let's see what it looks like when you drag it to completed. It should look the same way. Yeah, so I'm just going to drag it back here. Okay, guys, cool. So now let's just talk about how to update, okay, and delete. So the flow would be when this card is clicked, the data is pushed into the pop-up, and there we can update it. Okay, so let's quickly do that now. So back on the editor, I'll just put a workflow here that says when this is clicked, okay, display data in group or pop-up. So we're displaying it in a group, in a pop-up, okay, and the data to display is current sales board. And then the next thing is to actually show that element, which will be the pop-up. Okay, so let's see how that works. So guys, you're just going to be duplicating the same workflow here, here, and here. Okay, and you could also set up a custom workflow, okay, instead of duplicating it. But then I'm just going to be attaching it here alone, and then just move on with the video. So quickly preview this. Okay, so when you click on it, okay, very good, it's pushed into the pop-up. And remember, we set this up to say update task, and we also set the workflow up to do updating instead of creating when the pop-up is not empty. So right now pop-up is not empty, so those conditions have kicked in. So let me change this. Instead of edit video, I'm just going to put something else, something like now. Right, so I'm going to change this status to stock. Okay, and let's just see how this updates. So it updates fine. That has been moved to stock. Okay, the title has been changed to now, and it just works fine. Okay, so let's talk about deleting now. I'm just going to move this back here. Okay, so let's go back to how the deleting works, or how the deleting should work. So we're just going to be attaching a button on the pop up. Okay, I'm just going to be searching it here. Okay, so just going to be adding a text here. Okay, and the text is going to say delete. Okay. Line spacing will be 1. Font color will be red. Just going to be making this a little bit bold. I'm going to be sending it to the very bottom to make last, bring it here. But this is not going to be visible on page load. So it's only going to be visible when the repeating group, when the group or the pop-up is populated. Okay, that is when the pop-up is not empty. When show this. Okay, since we might be editing or wanting to delete an existing board, so not visible on page load, collapse when hidden. So condition would be that when parents group board is not empty, okay, this element is visible, and then we also attach a workflow to it to delete it. Okay, so delete a thing, and that thing will be parents groups board. All right, and we want to show a notifier which says deleted, and I'm going to be making this red. Okay, so let's see how that works. Yes, I'm going to be editing this one back to not started. Okay, so in fact, let me create a new one. I'm going to create a new one, a new task by camera. Okay, lorem ipsum, choose a status, not started, to low priority, Sarah again, attachments link test. Let's just add a quick thumbnail. Okay, this is fine. So add task. Okay, so we have the task here. When I click on it, this delete becomes visible. And when I click on it, it just gets deleted. Okay. Then I think one more workflow is missing, which is to actually hide it. Okay. So I'm just going to be adding that now to hide the pop-up. Hide an element. Yeah. That's hidden. So that's it, guys, for this section. Been moving to the next one, and the next one will just be the second tab, which is the reports tab. Okay, guys, we're on the report section, and I just have a little setup here, just UI. Okay, and I'll be walking you through what I have. So I have the parent page, okay, which is just the screen too. Okay, the parent page. Then within it, the page is sectionalized into two. Okay, we have the upper part and the lower part. So that means the parent page is a column. The orientation is a column. Okay, and I have a group here, then I have another one here. Now this group, the layout is row because I'm stacking things side by side here. Okay, so just as the name implies, this will be housing the overview of the tasks. Okay, the 4 tasks, which is the not started, ongoing, stock, and completed. All right. Here there will be a detailed report of a bar chart here, and here there will be a donut chart that just shows what has been completed in the last 30 days. Okay, so that's just what we'll be doing. But before we continue, I'd like to ask you guys to install these 2 plugins. Okay, I have this custom bar chart for row. Okay, and it's by Zero Code, and I also have the donut charts plugin here. Okay, and it's by Fraser. Right, so go ahead guys and install those. Okay, so what I'll just be doing here is to add a group here. Okay, just going to be adding a group here, and just like this, and the orientation will be row because I want to put things side by side. Okay, and right now just not make it fixed height. Okay, so the first group will be holding the not started. I'll just be popping another group within it. Okay, just going to be making these say minimum width of 100 and fit it. Okay, make it and expand it. Okay, I think 100 is too tall. Let's see 150. Okay, I think 150 is perfect. I just want to get that kind of perfect square, maybe not so perfect, but something that doesn't look like a rectangle. So let me give it 5. Okay, and I'll just give it that same background that the boards have. Okay, so let's check out the boards. So this board has a gray kind of background. Okay, this has blue, red, and green. So we're going to be doing the same thing for this. So it has this kind of harmony. So it's going to be flat color. It's going to be gray. I'm going to be using that exact gray. I'll just copy the hex code of that particular gray color. So I'm going to go to my pages now, hide screen 2 for now, and go to screen 1 and see that gray color. That's 8p, 8p, 8p. Okay, let's collapse this, hide it, then open this. So we have 8p, 8p, 8p. Okay, but guys, the style will be after adding the flat color, the opacity will be something like 20 because we want to have this kind of transparent background. Yeah, something like this is good. Okay, and we'll just have an icon here, an icon somewhere here representing what that task stands for, and then the text. Okay, so I'll just do that now. Okay guys, let's fill it with the right data. Okay, so for not finished, Not finished would just be, or not started. RG not started, list of boards, then the count. Okay, just same as the others. We just refer to the repeating group. Okay, and same as this, and this will be RG completed. Okay, that's why it's good to name your elements so reference can be easy. Okay, so let's just see what we have in run mode. Okay, so we have one in ongoing, one in stock. This will be corrected. It's a mistake. So one in ongoing, one in stock, nothing in completed, and nothing in not started, as we have it here. But then let's see if it updates in real time. So I'll add, I'll move the board we have on stock to completed and see maybe we have a +1 in completed. Okay, so we still have 0, so that means there's something we need to do, and I'm going to take you guys through that now. Okay, let's correct this one here. Okay, just this stray 0 here that's causing the issue. Okay, so how to get it to update in real time? We're just going to close this one for now, this screen 2 for now, just hide it for now, and open the board, the drag and drop view. Okay, so how to do that? Quickly, let's go to the plugin and see some references here. Now in the events, you'd see something like drag it RG to RG. Now we want to listen to this event and act based on that. Okay, so let's just quickly set that up. Okay, so set up an event, element event, and look for drag it RG to RG. Okay, I'm just selecting the first one now and duplicate it across the 4. Okay, so now I'm referencing the plugin element that is referring to my first repeating group, which is not started. Okay, and then so what do I want to do? I want to make changes to a theme. Okay, and what I'm making changes to is this drag it added item. Okay, that is the item that was added to it, and the field I want to change is status, and the status will be not started. Okay, since the plugin element is holding the not started status repeating group data. Okay, so we have it there. So let's see what happens now when we drag. Okay, so right now, one in ongoing, one in stock. Completed. Okay, so we have that should be working correctly. I'm just going to drag one from stock to completed. So I have nothing in completed now, so I'm dragging from stock to completed. So stock should have 0 and completed should have 1. Okay, completed should have 1. So that's it for the overview. Now let's go to the detailed reports, and like I said, this will just be showing a bar charts. Okay, and we'll be using this one here. This one here, custom bar charts, and we'll be making use of this element bar charts. So let's just do that now. Closing this and opening this second screen. Okay, just drop it here. Let's look for the bar chart. Yeah, that's it. I'm just going to drag it here. Just do quick formatting first. Okay, just make this something like 100. All right, and quickly let's format this. Okay, so now here we have the bar value, and the bar value should be separated by comma. Okay, separate by comma in order to match within value and tags. Okay, so the value will be number, so it's just the count, right? So that would be, just going to cancel, remove this for now. So the first one will, in fact guys, let's make this an arbitrary text so it's easy for us to manipulate data. So make it an arbitrary text, and first one will be just referring to the RG2, the repeating group. So RG not started, list of pods, count. Okay, add a comma. Okay guys, so let's format the individual bars to match this. Okay, to match these colors. Okay, so just going to be removing this. Just copy the hex code. So this is HB, HB, HB. Okay. Put a comma on that. Okay, so that's it. And make sure this tag is the same number. Okay, individual bar tag here. So you have column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Okay, so since we are dealing with 4 columns, I think that's good to go. Okay, so it should not be more and it shouldn't be less than what we want to achieve, right? Let's see this page load. Yeah, exactly. So let's move from not started to stock. Let's see what the report looks like. Exactly, this is exactly what we want, and this is nice. And then the last thing we want to do is to fill this space with a chart. Okay, so like I said at the beginning of this section, we're going to be using this chart here. Do not chart plugin, and the element is simple do not chart. We'll just grab that from the elements tab here. There we go, simple do not chart. Drag it here. And I'm just going to make it maximum width. Okay, just going to give it, instead of 185, I think 200 is okay. I'm just going to place it in the middle. Okay, cool. So we have 4 here. Okay. Okay, guys, let's fill in the data. So the goal is to get the count of all the tasks, okay, that has been created for the past 30 days. Okay, so that would be do a search for but where created date is greater than current date and time, then we backdate it. Okay, plus month minus 1. Okay, so this is going to do a search for all the tasks that has been created in the last 30 days. And here's just going to evaluate the count. Yeah, going to be evaluate the count, and I'm just going to be copying this expression and putting another filter on it, and we'll just see where the status is equal to not started. Okay, I'm going to be copying these two. This will be equal to ongoing. Okay, this will be equal to stock, and the last one will be completed. Okay, so that's it. Let's look at what we have in preview mode, and we are pretty much done with this particular session. Okay, so back to reports. Exactly, this is exactly what we want to have here. So guys, that's it. Next we'll be going to the inbox. We'll see how to set up messaging. See you there, guys. Okay guys, let's create the messaging system. Okay, here I'm on screen 3. I'll be displaying the messaging tab. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this label now, and this is going to be a row, right? Because I'm putting things side by side, so I remove the align to parents, container layout. There's going to be a row. I'm just going to drop 2 groups within it, one on the left and one on the right. One on the left will be holding the conversation, while the one on the right will be holding the message. But the one on the left will have the max width till 400. I think 300 is good. And the one on the right will just take the rest. Okay, I'm going to make it fit height to contents. Okay, vertical stretch. Right. I'm just going to give this a right order. I'm going to define it independently.
further style on the right, solid, and light color like this is fine. So just to have this sort of demarcation between them. And I'm just going to make them have a padding of 624 round. 4. And 24. Okay. So there's going to be a repeating group here holding the conversation. I'm just going to pop a text here. It just says conversation. There's going to be a subheader. Header's too big. Okay, but I'm going to make the color really obvious. Okay, doesn't need a 1.4 spacing. It's okay. I'm just going to put a repeating group within it. Hold all the conversation. Okay, remove the fixed number of rows and make sure this scrolls when it overflows. Okay, so whenever this overflows, it scrolls. Minimum height, just stretch everything, make it something like 10. Okay, so back to minimum height of each row. Just make it 100 for now, so I have room to work. Okay, so here it's going to have the name of the project being worked on. I'm just going to copy this text here. Okay, so this is going to carry the name of the project. So right now I'm just going to call it project name for now, just a label. That's going to be dynamic. Okay, and I also put a repeating group here. So just copy this one, just paste it there. Should be a spacing between the name and the repeating group. I'll just touch spacing there. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so I'm just going to create the data type already for messages and conversation. Okay, so the data type now. Have conversation and we have message. Okay, conversation will have participants and that will be a list of users. Okay, I think that's what we need for now. If we need more, we'll come back and create it. Okay, then to message now. So message will have the body. The body of the message will be text. And the message will belong to a conversation. So we link it to a conversation like this. Okay. So I think for now That's all we also need for now. Okay, message could also have a file. So I also put a file here. And it's going to be also, instead of confusing, just create an attachment. But really, we might not be needing this because they can just attach files on the board. Okay, so let's just have it there. Okay, so yeah, a conversation will also have a board, right? Because the users will be creating this conversation through a board. Okay, so it also have a board is relating to. So, oh no, I created it on messaging. It should be on conversation. So just want to delete it. Yeah, conversation. Yeah, board, and that will be type board. Okay, that's the basic. Those are the basic properties we need for now, or basic fields we need for now. Okay, so I'm just going to be populating this. So let me just read the minutes properly. This will be RG conversation, and this will be RG messages. Okay, so in this will the data type of this one will be conversation, and data source will just be do a search for conversation where participants contains current user. So if any of the participants contains the current user, this user would see it here. Okay, I'll make this left, this right, okay, it should be right, gr right, this right container, make the type conversation. Okay, and I'll show you why I'm doing that in a bit. Okay, so since this is going to be populated by message, so the data source will be do a search for message where conversation is equal to parents group conversation. Okay, so the workflow would be when this is pressed, they will be pushing this conversation to this group here, and since we are getting the messages from the parents group, so it will be populating this repeating group is the parents group messages. Okay, so in other words, it is any conversation that is pressed here, that is clicked here, that will be pushed here and will be shown on the messages repeating. Okay, let's quickly, here there should also be in this conversation, there should also be a data type that would update the last message. Okay, we'll see that very soon. I'll update the time of the last message, and that will be time. That will be dates, the dates, data type. Okay, so anytime the message is sent, last message will be updated. Okay, and we'll be sorting this conversation based on that. So the last sent message will always appear at the top. So that will be sort by last message. Okay, if the sending should be yes. Okay, let's close that like that. Also, we'll be needing a plugin that will turn this upside down, that will turn this repeating group upside down, because we want messages to be appearing from the bottom to the top. Okay, but right now we are having from the top to the bottom. Okay, but we do that as we move on. Okay. Next thing, let me quickly put my group that will be serving as a text area. Okay. So instead of making this allow vertical scrolling into your flows, just put this in a group, so the message will scroll within that group instead of within all these groups. So I'll just group this in column container, the repeating group itself in a column container. I'm just call it message scroll. Okay, just for reference, and I'm going to give it the attribute to scroll when content overflows. Okay, so quickly let's take care of the text area. I'm just going to apply spacing between these. Okay, so I'm going to be putting a multi-line input here for the message. Okay, I'm just going to also be putting just an icon for actually sending the message, and this will be a row instead, side by side. Make this to last, so it's going to be the brand orange. Just going to use a paper plane icon here for sending the messages. I'm going to make this 30 by 30. And make this one not fixed width and center to the middle. Okay, should put a column spacing. Okay, so the max width of the max height would be say 100. So when you get to 100, it should not be basically longer than 100 pixels. Okay, so I'm just going to say start typing. Okay, so okay, I think we're good with that, and this should be collapsed. Instead of having something like 20 or something like 10, even 10, it's fine. So it's going to be collapsed. So this one will be icon send. This will be multi-line input message. Okay, so we have that. Let's quickly populate this conversation area here. So I'm just going to be putting a group here. and I'll just make it fit in the middle. Okay, it hides the contents. No for now. No for now. Padding of 10 rounds. It's fine. And I'm just going to be giving this a roundness of 5 for now. We're using that later. Okay, so this, we're populating this with some things here. So this would be the name of the board. Okay, without the points. Okay, I think this is not populated yet. Okay, so that's why it's not showing current scripting as an option. So just going to populate it. It's conversation, and the text will be Friends conversation board, the title. Okay. So you know why it's not bringing the name. Okay, I'll just copy this, delete it, and then just pop it in again. Okay, just paste that there. Okay, so this will just be board name. Now we don't want the board name to be very long. Before then, I'll make this overt state color, and this title will just be truncated. So say something like 50 characters. It's not too long. Right. Okay, followed by the name of the creator. So, okay, instead of having just a text, I'll put in a group where I'll be having things side by side. Okay, so quickly populate it with the right data type, and then grab the text. This will be a row definitely. And this will just be Friends group conversation, creator, name first. Here we'll just be using the first name. Okay. Creator's name, first name, and the avatar. So I'm just going to copy this avatar. Okay. Just do a little formatting. So paste it there. Okay. I'm going to send this to the previous. Okay, this is going to be there. Apply a column space, say something like 8. It's fine, yeah, it is good. I'm going to fit this height to the content. So it's nice and small. Okay. We have the creator's first name and the picture. Here we might also want to have the time. Okay, but before then we could just put in the last message that was created. Just a sneak peek of the last message that was created. Okay, so this will just be a label. Okay, nothing too much. Okay, so that would be the search for message, where conversation is equal to parent group conversation. Okay, and that will be the last item body. Okay, and I'm going to truncate this to something like, let's say 20 is fine. You just want to see a little bit of the message, not everything. Okay, so I'm just going to be making this canvas placeholder message sneak peek. Okay, sneak peek. So this is a little bit rough. Okay, so I'm just going to be applying gap space of say 5. I think 5 is fine. It's fine. I'm going to be fitting height to contents. Fit height to contents. And then after the sneak peek, I want to add the time and date too. Okay, so we're just going to be using a quick plugin to make this thing go automatic. So that would be relative time. Yeah, this one. And this one is, this one is full. Relative time. So that will have something like 2 days ago, 1 week ago, a few seconds ago, things like that. Instead of just having static dates here. So I'm just going to be putting the plugin element of the relative time. I'm going to be dropping it here. Okay. And the date I'll be putting in is current script conversation. And it's just going to be that last message. Okay, that last message date and time. Okay. So that will just show when it was modified last. Okay. So here I'm going to put another text that will be showing that message actually. So I'm just going to be duplicating this here, turn it into label style, and instead of creators conversation, the creators conversation is just be relative time is current value. Okay, so just I can just say this is time. Okay. Just going to be having it somewhere here. Okay. I'm just going to make it stick to the bottom. Okay, let me put this in a group so that I can put it at the far right end. So go to row container, fit everything very well. Okay. Okay. So it's pushing against the other element. Okay, so that this will always remain on the right. Right. So let's see what we have on preview mode. Okay, so for inbox, we just have this. Nothing is populated yet. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's move on. So for now, I'm just going to be hiding this for now, this page. This screen 3. For now, I'm going to be hiding it for now. I'm back to screen 1. Since the conversation creation will be happening on screen 1. So back to the workflow of this bot. Okay, so whenever a task is being created here, there should also be a place where we can add notes, right? Basically start a conversation, and then when that note is added, okay, it will start a conversation with the one of the assignees here. Okay, so let's just quickly add to that workflow. So back to my editor and pop up. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to be duplicating this. Okay, and call it comments. I'm going to clear this one. Add the comments. So a comment will start a chat, right? And this would only be visible when you are creating a new conversation or a new bot. Okay, that will be the flow. So your flow could be different. You could always have it there, but I'd like to have it when the conversation is being created new. Okay. So I would say this element is not visible on page load and collapse when hidden, and be only visible when scripts bot is empty. Right? That should be empty. When it's empty, this is visible. So that is when nothing is here, nothing is pushed into this group. That means a new body is being created. Okay. Also, I'm also going to make sure that this element should not be empty, is not necessary. Okay, and attachment link to, that's not necessary. It's optional. Okay. So when the add task button is clicked, okay. So here, let's also add insert an action. We are creating a new thing. We are creating a conversation, right? but then it is only when parent group board is empty. So it doesn't happen when we are editing. It's empty. I'm just going to add all my fields here. The board will be result of step 1, board. The last message will be current date and time. Participants will just be set list. Okay? And the list will be the result of step 1's assignee. Okay, so anyone that is assigned will be added. Right. I also want to create a message after the conversation has been created. So we create the message now. So insert another option. So that will create a new thing again. I just want to be attaching this same expression here. So we create only the message. Okay, when we are creating a new board. So this will be a message. I'm just going to be adding all the fields. We don't need an attachment. So the body will be multi-line input, comments, value. Okay, and the conversation will be the result of step 2 conversation. Yeah, I think we are good for now. Let's see. Okay, so right now I'm just going to be creating a task. It's a task. I'm just going to call this message test, task description, this description, status not started, priority normal, assignee. I'm going to be adding Sarah. Okay, so guys, instead of doing this, let's quickly look at something in the packet. So instead of making this should be a result of step 1 board assignee. So let's make sure the creator is also being added. Okay, so that would be plus item current user. Okay, just to make sure that the creator is also being added. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go through that again. Message test, description, message status not started, priority normal, sign in. So I'm adding Sarah and making sure I'm going to put a due date here, attachment link, test, thumbnail. Okay, we're going to be putting in this thumbnail. Really, any thumbnail will do. Okay, just going to put in this one. And then so I'm going to be adding a comment as a task now. So that'll be hello, this is a message. So add task. Okay, I just added this. So hopefully a message, conversation and a message that we created in the inbox. Very good. Okay, so this is the name of the bot. This is the creator, which is Jake. This was created a few seconds ago. And this is a sneak peek of the message. Okay, just as we should have it. Okay, so maybe just a little formatting here and there, and we are good to go. Also, something we should do quickly. So this conversation and message should be created only when parents do body is not empty, and multi-line input comments value is also empty. Okay, so let's copy this. Because we might be creating a new bot and not want to create a conversation out of it. Okay, so let's start about that. Quickly back to dashboard. I think we are done with this place. So let's quickly open the message page again. I'm just going to add this board and open message. Okay, so a few things I'm just going to do here is to make this wider a little bit. So instead of 300, we have something like 400. Okay, the board name should be a little bit bigger. So maybe 18 will be fine. Yeah, 18 is good. And when it is hovered, we also want to have a nice background color, a fit background color. So now I'm going to set that background and switch it up again. Okay, so something like this. I'm going to switch it up and turn it on conditionally, and then give it a transition duration. Okay, let's see how this looks now. Okay, inbox. Okay, good. This is looking better now. Mobile. Okay, right now when I'm hovering, the color is not changing. So let's just see what happened. Maybe there was a little mistake there. Okay, the conditional has not been added. So let's add a conditional that when this group is hovered, background style would be flat color. Let's just preview that. So we have something like that. So let's preview that. Back to inbox. Okay, so that's exactly what we need to have. Okay, back to the editor. So this project's name would just be, we use this as a placeholder. So now the parent groups conversations bot title. Okay. So guys, we also want to have like an avatar of everybody included in this conversation, right? So right now I'm just going to make this short by putting a placeholder. So bot title. Okay. So here I'm just going to be adding a repeating group somewhere here. So it's going to be one row. Number of row will be one. Okay, the number of column will be multiple. So this We'll just make this 100 for now. So after editing, I'll snap it together. And the title and the avatar repeating group would be a row container. So I'm just going to put this back here. This would be 50 for now. This should compare. The container orientation will be space between. Okay. So just going to be taking this again. I'm going to be copying that avatar and paste it here. Okay. So this will be RG board avatar, and the type of content will be user. Okay. And data source will be going to conversation participants. Yes. And this will just be, instead of current user, the current sales user avatar. Yeah, very good. I'm going to bring this right to the middle. The height or the weight will change. Instead of having this large here. Okay, I'm going to be making it something like 10. Yeah, very good. 10 is fine. And you shouldn't have, okay, I'll use the separator as equal spacing. So I think 10 is too much. So say something like 6. Yeah, 6 is fine. Instead of making this colored, it should just be invisible. Okay, and this itself, we don't need that much space, so that will fit with content. Let's make this something like 10. Okay, I think this is fine. And the height would also be the same 10. Okay, this is good. I also put the workflow to push this conversation to this group here. So the name of the group is GRWrite. Okay. So the workflow will be add workflow. When it's pressed, display group in display data in group of purple. GRWrite. Okay. The data to display will be current sales conversation. Okay. So let's just see how that works. Okay, right now, just click on this. Very good. So we have the name of the conversation, which is message test, the name of the board, okay, and the people, okay, that are involved in it. Okay. So here, let's see what the messages look like. Let's add the message sending. Okay, so when icon send is flipped. Okay, let's quickly put it here first that this input should not be empty. Okay, so basically you can't send the message if it's empty. So at the workflow, okay, the workflow will be to create message. So I will create a new thing, and that new thing will be a message. It will be adding no field, no attachment. Body will be the multi-line input message value. The conversation will just be, okay, it's not feeding in the parent group conversation yet, so let's quickly see how we could feed in that. Okay, the data source is not set, so now parent group's conversation, and back to the workflow. So parent group's conversation. Okay, and we'll also be making changes to the conversation. Okay, parent group's conversation, making change to the last message. So the last message will just be current state and time. Current state and time. And then we have reset relevant input. Okay. So let's quickly define how we want these messages to look like. So I'm just going to copy the group inside here. Just like that. Okay. So this will be message cell. Okay. Right now, don't fit height to content now. Okay. So a few things I'm just going to be doing here to be the creator's name, and the creator's message. That's what I'm just going to be pulling out here. So I'm just going to copy this here. Paste it here like this. Okay, we'll have some error, but we're going to be fixing it. Instead of conversation, this will be message. And the group itself should also carry message. Okay. So this should say, okay, parents group message. This should say parents group's message creator avatar. We should also say parent group's message creator's first name. Okay, we have that. Okay. And this, the relative time will be parent group message creation dates. Right. And you see have one more error. Let's see where that error is coming from. Okay, so error is just to change this to message instead of conversation. Okay, so this time would be the value of the message. Okay. And the second thing we'll be doing is to put the actual message. So just put a text underneath like this. Yeah. So we'll be formatting this text a little bit. So having a padding of say 10 round. 10 round. Apply spacing. I'm going to be applying it 10%. Spacing for now. If it's too much, we'll change it, but let's just leave that. And roundness, 5. Let's see what 5 looks like. And there will be background color. Okay. Background color will just be something grayish. Yes. And what this will be pulling out is the body. So this will be parent group's message body. Okay. Right now, I'm going to be fitting this height to content. Also, just doing some formatting here, guys. I'm going to make this say 20 for now, just to give it equal spacing, and make it 0. Right. So minimum height could now be 10. Okay. So let's see what that looks like. So back to inbox. Okay, so I want to do this. When page is loaded, the first conversation should be loaded already. Okay, so we'll draw on that later. So that should be, instead of having something blank here when the page is loaded. So she's going to say, okay, so it's pulled out the first message that was sent initially from the board. Okay, so I'm just going to send another one. Hello, Sarah. Okay, so Jake again saying, hello, Sarah. Okay, and it's pulling in the right time and date. Okay, but we don't want it to start from the top. We want it to start from the bottom, like a normal chat. Okay, so we're just going to be reversing that repeating. So that would be back to my editor. Okay, so I'm just going to be getting plugin, and I think it's called Reverse RG, the one by Themo. Yeah, this one. So reverse repeating group. Install it. Very good. Okay, so it has an element called reverse RG. Right. So look for the item, for the element, this one, reverse RG, and I'm going to be putting it somewhere that isn't too disturbing my page. Okay, I think that's good. Well, what you want to do is you want to give it repeating group RG. So I'm just going to say RG. And I'm going to be calling the cell CL. So it could be anything, just make sure it's the same thing with your element ID attribute. So for the repeating group, it should be RG. Okay. And for my cell, so your cell will be the container that is housing everything in the cell. Okay, so it should just be CL. Okay, so let's just see what that looks like. Okay, back to inbox. Okay, this is good. Sending another message now saying hello. Okay, so instead of appearing at the top, I want it to appear at the bottom. So the quick fix will just be I'll be sort by created date, make the sending yes. Okay, let's see what this looks like now. Okay, so that hello is now at the bottom. So the message will appear at the bottom now. Is the message. So guys, don't worry about this one cutting off. It's actually my screen recorder here cutting it off. So everything looks actually good. Okay, this is a message. Hello. Okay, so everything appears at the bottom. Very well. Now, so when Sarah sends a message, she's just going to have the same thing like this. Same like this. Then I want to add a demarcation that says when this message is created by current user, you may want to change the color of the background. So just to have a separation. Okay. So right there we have it, guys. In the next one, we'll be creating a very simple notification system. After that, we'll be looking at the settings tab, and that will be all. See you guys. Okay guys, let's talk about message notification. Okay, that is when a message is sent, how to set up notification such that the other people in that particular board get a notification and a notification counter that they have a message that has not been read. Okay, so let's quickly set that up. All right, so now the flow is that let's quickly go to the preview and to the inbox. Let's go to the board. So the flow is that when a message is typed here during the board creation, okay, a conversation is created. Right, so now what we want to do is that when a conversation is created, okay, the assignee should get a notification of this message created in this comment. Okay, so it could be one assignee. In our case, we just have one assignee in our database, but it could be a team of 5, could be a team of 10. So we want those people to have notification that they have a message. Okay, so that's what we're going to do now. All right, so first back to our editor, and we'll just be creating one data type. Okay, back to data, creating a data type, and just call it message notification. Message notification. I'm just going to create that. Okay, so just be having 2 fields. One is unread messages, and it's just going to be a list of text. That will make perfect sense very soon. The list of text and the conversation that notification belongs to. Okay, conversation, the type will be conversation. Okay, so we have that. So now let's go back to our message creation flow or board creation flow, because as I said before, a notification should be created at this point too, at the point of creating a new board. Okay, so here let's just look at the workflow. Okay, so I'm just going to delete that because I tested it before. Okay, so what we have here is when that board is created, a new board is created. Okay, a conversation is created when the multi-line input is not empty, and the group also, when the group is also empty, that is when you are creating a new board. Okay, now same thing as messaging. Okay, but now we want to add another one, which is to create, just going to add it here, insert action, and that action will be to create a new thing, and that new thing will be message notification. Okay, I'm just going to be adding all fields. Okay, so conversation will be the result of step 2 conversation. Okay, and on read message we'll be adding a list. Okay, so that will be add list. Okay, so the list we'll be adding is the email of the people involved in this board, that is the assignees, but minus the current user. Okay, minus the current user. So that would be the result of step 2 participants, then we're using their email, each item's email. Okay, but we're minusing one of it, so that will be minus item current user's email. Okay, so we are adding everybody, but we are also subtracting the current user's email. Okay, so let's quickly test that out and see how that works. Okay, but then we also want to create this notification only when a board is being created, not when the board is being edited. So we'll just copy the same expression we have here, okay, and put it here too. So I'll just head to preview mode and create a board. Okay, so right now I removed all the conversation we had before. So if you go to inbox now, okay, you see there is nothing there. Okay, so it's a very good practice to create a empty state that just shows you have 0 messages or no messages here yet, but then we'll just leave it empty like this. Okay, so back to board, then I just want to create a board. I think I'll delete this and recreate it. Okay, so add task, and this would be create logo. Okay, Ipsum, not started, priority normal, assigning, so that'll just be Sarah. Just choose a future date. Okay, and just pick a thumbnail too. Okay, so I'll be adding a comment that says this is a test message. Okay, so I'm adding task, and this is that task here. Okay, I'm going to my inbox now. Right, so this has been created. It has been created. Okay, and there's no message yet because I just created it. So when I click on this, okay, so it shows this is a test message. Okay, but let's see what happens in the back end maybe that message notification thing is created properly. Okay, good. So it's created properly. The conversation is filled in. Unread messages, we have only Sarah's email because Jake is signed in. It was Jake that created the bot. Okay, so we have that, and that works really well. Okay, so now the second thing we want to do is when a message is sent. Okay, so guys, this has been cut off by my screen recorder, but then everything works fine, just to say that. Okay, so now when I send a message, I also want to create an unread message, and I want to create a message notification. Right. Okay, so I'm going to attach a workflow to this too. Okay, but to be a little bit different from what I did before here when a body is being created. Okay, so back to editor, and I'm going to be opening the messaging under screen 3. Okay, that's screen 3, and I just want to go to edit workflow. Okay, so what we have here was to create a new message, make changes to conversation, and we want to add one more, and that would be make changes to a thing. And what I want to make changes to is I'm going to be doing a search for message notification where the conversation is equal to parent groups conversation. Okay, I'm going to be closing that. I'm just going to be saying it's the first item because it's the first and only item. Yeah, so I'm going to be adding on all field. Okay, so conversation will be parents groups conversation, of course. And here we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Okay, so this will be add list. Okay, so basically what we want to do here is to add the emails of everybody present in this conversation minus the current user. Okay, everybody present in this conversation minus the current user. So how do we do that? This is going to be an arbitrary text first. Okay, so arbitrary text. But for this arbitrary text to be accepted, it needs to have the format of a list. Okay, so we're just going to say separated by comma. Yeah, split by comma. Okay, so that's a valid expression like that. So then we are going to go into this arbitrary text, and the emails we want to add is everybody in the conversation minus current user. But then we also want to add like a unique identifier to the email each time these emails are created, right? Because if that email exists, it will not be added anymore, right? So what we want to do now is parents groups conversation participants. Okay, minus item current user. Okay, then after doing that, we would say each item's email. Okay, after doing that, we'll be formatting this as text, and the reason we'll be formatting this as text is to add that unique identifier to every time an email is created. So we'll be formatting this as text, and the text will be this text. Okay, and I'll be adding like a dash. Okay, and then I'll say calculate random formula. I'll be generating a random string. I'll be making it 5. Okay, so to make sure that it's different every time, I'll just check use letters, use non-capitalized letters, use numbers, use special characters, and then I'm going to be closing this. Okay, and I'm going to be separating it by a comma. So I'll close that, and yes, we have that. Right, so I'm going to go back to my preview mode and test what we did. So just follow me, guys. So back to inbox. Okay, so I'm just going to send a message saying hello there. Let's send this, and let's see what happened in backend. Yes, I'm just going to be refreshing this now. So if you look at this now, we have the first one that was created initially when the board was created, and then we have another one which is sarah@email.com, but that unique identifier we added to it. Okay, and notice how it's not adding my own email, right? So if we have up to 10 people in that conversation, that is 9 will be created, right, minus mine. So I'm just going to create another message just for you to see what's going on here. So another message, I'm going to be sending this. Go back to my editor and refresh it, and see another one is created. Now, why exactly are we doing this? Okay, so that takes us to the counter itself. Okay, so here I just have a text and I give it a background color, a background flat color, and the roundness is really exaggerated 100, so that we'll have a perfect round text, and then there's also a padding around it. Okay, but then right now it's just a static text that says 0. Right, so what we want to do here is to make this count how many times the current user's email appears in this list. Okay, so that means that count is what is showing the user how many messages they have that isn't read. Okay, so we're just going to be doing that now. I'll show you what I'm saying. So here it will be inside dynamic data. Okay, and I'll be do a search for message notification where conversation is equal to parent groups conversation. Okay, and that will be the first item, first and only item. First item, unread messages. Okay, but this is going to be filtered. Okay, I'm going to be filtering it, so that will be filtered, and I'm going to be adding a constraint, and the constraints will be where this text, and the text we're talking about is the email, okay, contains current user's email. Okay, and we're just going to be pulling out the counts. Alright, so right now it's going to be 0. Why? Because I'm logged in as Jake. So right now it's going to be 0 because I'm logged in as Jake. Now when I try logging in as Sarah, I should have up to 3 unread messages. So I'm just going to be doing that now. Okay, I'm going to be logging in as Sarah. Okay, so right now you can see here I'm signing as Sarah. And by the way, guys, I just put a picture here, a picture element here, pulling out the avatar of the current user, so just to see who's logged in. So I'm logged in as Sarah now, and I'm going to go to inbox and look at this. We have 3, right? Because there is indeed, if I go back to my editor and go to data, message notification, because really there is indeed 3 text that contains the current user email. Okay, sarah@email.com, sarah@email.com, this is another sarah@email.com. Okay, so now we've been able to add the counter. Okay, but now what happens if the current user Sarah has seen that, oh, she has 3 messages, and then she clicks on it? Okay, she clicks on this. Now the right or the expected behavior should be that these counters should disappear, right? Counter should disappear and it should be 0, right? So I'm just going to be fixing that now. So back to the editor. Before we do that, let's make this visibility conditional. Okay, so right now I'm just going to be having the opacity as 0. Okay, so the background color, the opacity is 0. But instead of doing the background color, I can just add it to the whole text itself. So right now the opacity is just 0. Okay, so it will be visible I'm just going to, instead of starting this condition from the beginning, I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to copy this here and paste it here. No, that's not the right thing to paste. I'm going to clear this. Okay, just going to try that again. So I'm going to copy several times just to be sure it's copied and paste it here. Okay, so now I'm saying everything I did here. Okay, but then it will now be when the count is, or instead of the count, I'll just say when the first item is not empty. Okay, then set the opacity back to 100. Okay, so now what happens when we click on this? So basically what we'll just be doing is to delete or to remove anywhere that the current user emails appear in the list of those unread messages. Okay, so here is it. So we're just going to be adding that workflow, so that will make changes to a thing. Make changes to a thing. Okay, and that thing will be also do a search for message notification where conversation is equal to current sales conversation, first and only item. Okay, we don't need to change the conversation. This will be this messages notification unread messages. Okay, but we're going to be filtering this forward to make sure that it's removing emails that contains only the current user's email. Okay, so I'm going to be adding filtered. So where this text, and this text is referring to the email, contains current user email. Okay, so remove all the emails that contains my email as a current user now. So I'm going to go back to preview mode. Okay, so back to my inbox. So right now when I click on this, everything should disappear. Okay, so when a message is sent to Jake again, or when the message is sent in this group, okay, let's say I send another message, hello. Okay, now when I sign in as Jake, this is Sarah. When I sign in as Jake, I should have one message, and I'm going to do that now. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to preview, reload this. Go to inbox and see. So if there are more people, these people would have notification counters, right, depending on how many times their email appears on that unread messages list. So when I click on this, it's just going to disappear again. So guys, that's how to set up notification on this messaging. Okay, so next one we'll be talking about is the settings, and that will be really quick and easy. So it's just be a bunch of inputs that the user can change. Okay, you can change their names and others. Okay, so let's go into that in the next lesson. Okay guys, in our settings section we'll just be having this simple setup here. So here I just have inputs. Okay, I have two inputs. Okay, and this is another one here, and I have a picture uploader here. Okay, and I have a button that says save. No workflow is attached to any of this, so we're just going to be doing that right now. Okay, so for the first name, the initial content will be current users first name. Okay, and I'm just going to be copying it to this one. No, that's not the right thing to paste. Okay, I'm just going to copy it again. Yeah, now the current users instead of first name, of last name. Dynamic image here will be current users. No, not do a search. Just delete that. Now the current users avatar. Okay, so before we add the save, let's see if that is being pulled out correctly. Okay, so that's being pulled out correctly. So we have the current user first name, last name, and the avatar. Okay, and here, since it's a picture uploader, we can always click on it to add, pictures. So let's add this a workflow to this save button so that I can always save whatever changes we make. So that will add workflow, and that will make changes to current user. Changes to current user, add all field. So the avatar will be that picture uploader. Avatar's value. Input name first value. And input name last value. And after that, we want to add the toast notification. So that will be notify a notifier. And just say updated. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm on my settings now. So instead of Jake, this will be John Benny. Okay, and I'm going to be changing. So I'm just going to be changing it to that. Okay, and I'm going to click on save. Okay, so it says updated, the profile picture changed, and then the name too has changed.
Thank you very much for watching that bubble tutorial. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure right now your bubble skill is off the hook. You've been able to move from where you are to you being able to build a complete application where you can create, you can read, you can update, and you can delete records, and you can do so much more, right? I'm pretty sure you understand how bubble workflow works, bubble UI, and you just know how to build some sort of a sophisticated bubble application. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, and if you have any thoughts concerning this course, do well to leave it in the comment section, and I'll definitely do well to reply. And also, if you're looking forward to building a project, feel free to click on the link below, and I'll definitely reach out to you. Thank you. I'll see you in a different tutorial entirely.